to the current location in immediate proximity to the land which is the subject of this hearing. The same considerations of environmental disturbance were in play then as they are now. The impact of those facilities are far greater than any impact the proposed development may have. Yet the council of the day agreed that the public good of moving waste management from people's backyards far outweighed the potential environmental disturbance. It will come as no surprise that I'm supportive of a palliative care facility in Canmore. I campaigned in the last election on the importance of moving forward with a decision that would allow the building of a palliative care facility. I learned that the last council was not supportive of moving forward with the current process for fear that it might set a precedent. While I might not have agreed with that thinking, I think that we can safely say that is no longer a consideration. A palliative care facility in the Bow Valley is a public good. The question then is approving a public good worth less than removing about 0.5% of a designated habitat patch, which is already disturbed by multiple public and private enterprises in the immediate area? Is approving a public good worth less than preserving 90% of that 0.5% in a natural and undisturbed state in perpetuity? I would suggest that the public good far outweighs any environmental considerations. That leaves the question of changing the urban growth boundary to incorporate this development. It's clear that the current owner of the land is an accidental developer. The proposal seems more about their interest in accomplishing two public goods, at the same time as meeting their personal private interest in building a home. The first is to facilitate the building of a palliative care facility, which will be a hub for a broad range of palliative care programs in the Bow Valley. And the second is to preserve this parcel of land in as close to its natural state as possible. Historically, a key consideration in changing the urban growth boundary is to avoid expensive and extensive infrastructure cost to service a new development. With services already at the boundary of this property, this is clearly not a consideration. Current legal rules give authority to council to amend the urban growth boundary. It's not intended that it be set in stone. Again, in my view, this is a case where the public good in approving a change to the urban growth boundary far outweighs doing nothing. I hope you will consider my submission to make a decision in favor of the public good. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Mr. Helder. And looking to see if there's any questions. I see none. Thank you for your participation today. Next up is Frank Kernick. Mr. Kernick, welcome to council. Great, thank you.
The good one. Okay, one person. Thanks, Mayor and Council, for the opportunity to speak today for the public hearing. I am mainly support of this application with a couple suggested amendments for Council, administration, and the proponents to consider, as obviously the adjacent developer in Spring Creek, and also being a developer in the Valley for 30 years, I'm quite familiar with the process, and me and Bernie have had a few discussions. They're just, they just bought a piece of land and they're trying to figure out how to get through this process and also bring something forward like the hospice, which I support 100%. With that, as private owners, they have some rights, but they also have some responsibilities. And the responsibilities with that, obviously on this piece of land reminds me a lot of Eagle Terrace, when I did Eagle Terrace. It was 160 acres of land, and we had a lot of environmental issues with it, with wildlife corridor and all those things. And in a day, we ended up donating half the land to the Rocky Mountain Elk Foundation and putting a conservation easement on that land as well. And this is something that I really recommend to them that they consider, instead of environmental easement on all the lands, that they put a conservation easement. I'll just flip through. And so there's some policies in my that's Town of Canmore Spring Creek ARP that, and you'll have the specific policies in that proposal, but there's things that are very important that are policies that also aren't in just the MDP. And probably the most important one is no connection to the South Canmore habitat patch. And, you know, with Spring Creek, we're going to have 1,000 dwelling units, and I agree that we do not want a bridge or trail link over to the South Canmore habitat patch, and I'll be part of my proposal that I'll show you. There's also a creek protection that we, that we want to protect the creek banks and shores. Also, a trail system around the creek. Environmental reserves should be dedicated. And municipal reserves should be dedicated by the proponent. And this is something that is missing. Every other developer in Canmore that's built land, and if you're doing this, your developer has dedicated minimum their 10% municipal reserve plus creek banks and shores that are required under the Municipal Government Act. With the conservation easement, though, that I'm asking the owners in the town to consider would be mainly on all the lands south of the creek, areas B, A, and D. And with that, I support what they're proposing there, but with that, many ranchers have used conservation easements in the past to protect the lands that they still have their farms, they have their farmhouses, they have their farming lands, but they put conservation easements to make sure the lands stay as they are, except for what is approved for development. That not a future landowner comes forward and wants to put another 300 homes there. So everything can be written as conservation easement and agreed to by the proponent through town administration, through the biologists, through their planners. And also, I also believe they should bring it forward back to the community, this conservation easement, for input as a public open house or hearing, to make sure that we try and deal with the environmental concerns that I know everyone has on these lands. They've been that issue for 30 years that I've seen it, but we also be able to move this forward in a responsible manner, that there is some form of development. I'll tell you one thing, in Eagle Terrace, the land I donated for a wildlife corridor, I did 3 years of monitoring after on the wildlife corridor with my biologist, and the biggest impact we had on those lands were dogs off leash. And this lands, we all know, is used by many humans and many dog owners as a dog off leash area. And I also believe that by allowing them to go forward with this, there will be private owners on those lands. And it's private lands that, if anything, I think will have less impact on the wildlife by making sure that people that are trespassing there won't be doing that anymore as private lands. So something I really want you to consider, because that was the biggest impact on those lands in Eagle Terrace, and still is dogs off leash. So this is something I hope they move forward and they consider conservation easement, and it's something I think is a strong instrument that will help maybe get some of the environmental concerns that we do have dealt with. The other thing I want to just talk about is the lands north of the creek. I strongly believe that they should be doing like everyone else and dedicating the creek, bank, and shore as environmental reserve, and that the balance of the lands should be municipal reserve. And for that is everyone, like again, developers, we all have to give our 10% MR, and the rest of the land, I agree with them rezoning to their direct control district. And if you look at the stats on the land, it works out pretty well to the 10% municipal reserve dedication. And that would be a huge community benefit, because we're going to have trails and parks on the south end where we want our humans, and not municipal reserve on their lands where we don't want more human use and impact. And again, the rationale, the creek is a natural subdivision boundary. And just real quick, the lands, I'm required to build a trail from one creek to the other right on that red line. This would be bringing those lands in, and the trail would be along the creek edge that is all through Spring Creek. And I would agree to build those trails instead of where the trail is right now, and help with McCaffrey's, and potentially whatever future improvements are required for the municipal reserve parcel. I know my time's
wrap up real quick.
So just in conclusion, I hope the proponent looks forward to, does a conservation easement and considers that. It's been used through the province and many other places. I think they'll help a lot with environmental concerns that we have. And then that the town of Canmore, again, just considers the environmental reserve and municipal reserve parcels. Great. There's more information in my letter.
Thank you. I just wanted to ask you a question about the water line,
Yes,
it's,
I didn't have time to explain that.
yeah, so the water line, I see here that you're looking, if it's needed to tie into the water line at Spring Creek, you'd be prepared to provide an easement and cover,
Yes, Mayor.
install a domestic water line connection into Spring Creek?
Yes, Mayor Crosser. There's also a little piece of a municipal reserve on the west side of the creek we showed on our plans that would allow for a trail access to 3rd Avenue, but it would also allow an area for a water line from Spring Creek to tie in to 3rd Avenue. Currently, their water line is only a 6-inch water line for the project, and for them to really get the fire flows they need, they have to probably tie into the water line at the waste transfer station. That's quite a long ways for them. We're able to provide them a connection to that same trail link or on that site to tie into their into the system with an 8-inch water line from our project instead. So I'm totally willing, if this goes forward with the Municipal Environment Reserve, to provide them with an easement into Spring Creek whenever they need it.
Great, thank you. Looking to see if there's any other questions. Seeing none, thank you for your
Thank
time
you, guys.
today. We'll now go to Zoom. And Mr. Kovitz, Jeff Kovitz.
Okay, am I here?
You betcha, you are here. That's a very
Happy to be here.
That's a very
Thank
philosophical
you.
question. Yeah.
Thank you so much for the opportunity to present today. I am in favor of this proposal, and I would like to start by saying I really support Frank Kernick's suggestions, and I think that they go a long way to addressing some of the very legitimate worries by people who feel that the habitat patch will be gone for good and turned into Chinook Mall. I'm here because I believe, as a long-term resident of Canmore, that we do need a palliative care center, and that this is an opportunity that will come and go if council doesn't approve it. The economics tend to fall apart. The site is good. I'm here to speak to two simple little points and won't take my whole 5 minutes. The first one is, there's been some suggestion today and beforehand that AHS will not support this and that there is no contract. Because I've been involved in politics for a long time in this province, and I was a member of the expert advisory panel on publicly funded health services, I do have friends in access to governance at AHS and senior executives. So I called and I said, okay, what is the deal here with palliative care and AHS? And the response I got was, Jeff, we love palliative care. It removes dying people from acute beds and acute care, and they're at a lower cost. We are happy to fund them. It's a process. It takes some time. We need lead time to weave it in. There is a nonprofit palliative care organization in Okotoks, and they fund that to 56%, and it's at no cost to the dying. It's not a place for dying for the rich. It's not death tourism. It's for the community. So I'm very comfortable with that kind of response, and I'm very comfortable with the quality of the people on the board here and the citizens of Canmore that will be able to achieve that, given that it's going to take 3 or 4 years to get this all done, built and up and running. When I met with Julie Hamilton to understand their fundraising process, I have a little bit of experience with that as well. I used to be the chair of the Banff Center, and I was chair when we raised $140 million in the Bow Valley, from the Bow Valley and from surrounding area to redo the campus and put $20 million into programming. The $20 million goal is very, very achievable for the Palliative Care Center, and that doesn't even include the fact that we will likely, over time, be able to get 56% funding from AHS. I'm also here to tell you that as a committed member of this community, that I will take my relationships and those who were involved in the Banff Center, and we will put our shoulder to the wheel with the society to make this happen. Thanks so much.
Thank you, Mr. Kovitz. I don't see any questions, so thank you for your participation today.
Thank you.
Martin Labrie. Welcome to council.
Thank you very much, Your Worship, and members of council. My name
If
is...
you could move closer to the mic, please.
Oh, I'm a mumbler. Please tell me if you can't hear me.
There you go.
My name's Martin Labrie, and I'm one of the palliative care consulting physicians for the Calgary zone of Alberta Health, in Alberta Health Services. My practice activities are focused on the provision of medical care for individuals and families who are confronted with a life-limiting illness. As well, I have participated in the development of community capacity for palliative care in Alberta, British Columbia, and internationally. And from 2015 to 2020, I was the Director of Community Engagement for the Cummings School of Medicine at the University of Calgary. And it was in this capacity that I was privileged to develop a relationship with the Palliative Care Society of Bow Valley. I've requested the opportunity to speak at the public hearing out of concern that the value to the community of the palliative care resource that's being proposed is not well understood, particularly the focus on the residential hospice component of this. I am here today to support the initiatives of the Palliative Care Society's initiative, or focus on developing access to palliative care supports that promote equitable access, diversity, inclusion, and connectivity within the community of Canmore and other communities in the Bow Valley. Palliative care is often perceived as providing care for individuals at the end of life when there is no hope of recovery to a meaningful living. The expectation is that this care will be provided in medical settings by nurses, physicians, and other healthcare providers. In fact, palliative care is the management of all of the suffering that is experienced when someone is confronted with approaching end of life. Throughout the trajectory of that person's illness, in the last year of life, the average person will spend 5% of their time with healthcare providers and 95% of time with family and close family care providers. People do not focus on their bucket list when they're confronted with a life-limiting illness, but almost universally express a desire to return to their normal lives as much as possible. Pain and other symptoms contribute to the suffering that people experience, but so does the fear of burdening their loved ones. 65% of people express a desire to remain at home until death, but fewer than a third of us are able to do this. Those members of the community who have limited family, financial, or community support do not have equitable access to care at the end of life. Those of us who have had their communities injured through colonialism will not have access to culturally appropriate support for themselves and their loved ones. Communities with inadequate supports experience the moral distress that develops when people have to leave their community in order to seek care. And none of these issues will be addressed by healthcare services. The Compassionate Communities Movement is an international effort to help civil society to normalize aging, frailty, and death as a universal part of living. In Alberta, the Covenant Health Palliative Care Institute has been awarded a $5 million grant to develop a program that will promote awareness of palliative care and advanced care planning in Alberta based on the Compassionate Communities Charter. The palliative care facility that is part of this proposal that is being discussed today will position the town of Canmore to be able to fully participate in this development, and to provide leadership for all communities in the province. A residential hospice could be a potential use of the facility, but this is not an essential component at this time. The facility would be a focal point for the provision of a compassionate community support for everyone who faces a life-limiting illness or loves someone who is approaching end of life. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Mr. Labrie. And Do not see any questions of council, so I really appreciate your participation this morning. Now call on Darcy Lynn MacArthur. Welcome to council.
Thank you. I have a PowerPoint.
Okay.
Thank you. It's only 32 slides, so we should be Morning, Mr. Mayor, council members. Thank you for having this public hearing, and thank you for your service to our community. My name is Darcy Lynn MacArthur, and I've been in the Bow Valley for almost 20 years now. I can't believe how old I've gotten so fast. And I know that some people might be surprised that I'm actually speaking in favor of this proposal, given my compassion that I have for wildlife. So one of the things that I've learned over the years being in Canmore is that our town has survived and is vibrant because of tourism and because of development. So I don't think that's going away. So the question for me becomes about how do we do that in the best way possible for our wildlife community and for our human community. So that was sort of the question that came to my mind as I was looking at this. How do we coexist? And I'll come back to that in a minute. My first sort of conversation is about the palliative care. And I think that most people, maybe all of us, would agree that palliative care is an add value for any community. The question becomes, where is the best site for that? And I've heard other speakers talk about that the not-for-profit organization has looked at, I thought it was 30 sites, but I hear today 32 sites, to try and find something in our community and couldn't. And then this gift of land appeared, and I think how wonderful is that? So I think the landowners, and I know we can think of them as developers, but I think of them as people owning some land who want to develop their personal homes. And from what I read online, it sounds like they met the criteria to adjust the boundary. And for me, they've demonstrated some real reasonableness and caring about wildlife and the community. And so for me, I thought, I sort of switched in my mind and saw them as being a little bit of a role model for developers to be able to actually create such significant space for the wildlife community while also supporting the human community. And, personally, I feel there's nothing wrong in living your dream and having a dream home. So now I just need to figure out how I move this. So the question then becomes for me, going back to coexisting, what does that really mean? Does it mean for us wildlife or people, or does it mean wildlife and people? And for me, I hope it's the latter. And so to me, wildlife and people coexisting is the goal. And in this particular case, I see that the space for wildlife is about 89% and for people is 11%. And so the first image on the left there, was showing where the different construction sites will be. But if I pulled back and I looked at the overall green space surrounding that site, it's quite significant. So it just felt to me that this was a really good example of a landowner and a developer really respecting wildlife. And so that's why it shifted for me, because of the importance of palliative care. The other piece for me that's happened over the past couple of years in Canmore that feels a bit concerning to me is that there has been a trend on social media and in other conversations where there's sort of a bashing starting of big homes. And for me, that feels not my Canmore, where I feel that this community, I hope, has respect and space for everyone. And the owners of big homes were invited here by our community, by councils, by administrations. Permits were given to developers, developers built, realtors sold, people bought, and those big homes are now part of our community. So to place the issue about affordable housing on the shoulders of big homes, I think is a bit of a misdirection. And, I'm equally concerned about affordable rentals and affordable homes, like that everybody can be in our community. But I hope that we don't kind of collapse everything into one bucket when sometimes it isn't part of the same bucket. So for me, I just saw that this particular development added such value to our community that it really respected wildlife and wilderness. It leaves lots of green space. It feels like people have done their homework. I don't know the owners. I didn't get a chance to meet them at break. So it's just from what I've learned. I've contacted the Palliative Care to check out some questions, looked online at the town and here. And so that's, my views. I really support this happening. So just in quick conclusion, I'm saying yes to palliative care. I'm saying yes to approving this site. I'm saying yes to wildlife and people, and yes to respect and space for all. So thank you for your time.
Thank you. I don't see any questions of council. So thanks for your participation this morning.
Sorry.
We're going to call one more, and then we're going to take a lunch break. Betty Pior. Welcome to council.
Thank you. And thank you, Your Honor, and members of council. I hope just to speak from my heart here, and I'll be up front. I've had a history of chaplaincy. I'm a volunteer at the hospital. I do teaching with Bill Harder for the Palliative Care Society, training volunteers. And one of my big concerns, too, is family. When someone is in hospice, they have family. And often I find in hospital and in my work, people say, oh, well, I didn't go into that room because the family is there. And I'm going, okay, big missed opportunity. Because family have such a struggle in this time. And I think we're bringing together, I've lived here for 40 years. I'm conflicted because I see myself as an environmentalist. I come from a family of environmental workers and people. And so, I'm not even going to look at some of those issues. But I've done grief groups out of St. Michael's Church in this community, years ago. As I said, I've volunteered at the hospital because I'm a trained chaplain. I did 5 years in Foothills in a trauma center. And I think we need to think that it isn't just you go in the hospital and you die. You get that diagnosis and it's a journey. And you want to feel, as the patient in that journey, that you have worth, that your life still carries on, that you can do things. I went for a walk on Friday down to the area because I figured I needed to do that. And I thought people need sacred space when they're grieving, when they're dying, and when they're on their journey. And I think that's sacred space down there. It does have the birds. The birds were just chirping away when I was down there, and the animals are part of who we are here in this community. And so, hey, that's a place I'd like to die. That's a place that I think would be comforting. And I've looked at this progress, over this long time that I've lived here and seen our relationship with animals and our relationship with each other. And usually, I'm not pro-development, but in this case, I am. We've looked hard and wide for a place for this hospice. And I just have such a good feeling about that space. And, you know, I would want my children to have a space to come when my time comes to be with me. And we're putting together all these things that were here and there and everywhere. When I lost St. Michael's as a space to hold grief groups, I couldn't find another space. I did it for free. There was nowhere that wanted to host for free the work that I felt called to do. So if we put all this together in this space, you know, it'll be a comfortable environment for people to spend their last days, for their families. Hey, what's better than a walk along Spring Creek? And I live up Spring Creek from this site, I have to say. And, you know, give the family a place that's beautiful to walk. Give them respite. Respite care is really important here. My mother-in-law just died. My husband was out in Victoria for 3 weeks because he's the only one that doesn't work to provide care. So people have a journey, and I think this site can be part of that journey. Thank you.
Thank you. I don't see any questions, so thank you for your participation today. Okay, so I am going to be calling a lunch break until 1:30. Sorry for those who have been so patient. You'll have to wait a little bit longer. And we will resume then at 1:30 sharp. Until then, please get some fresh air and stretch your legs and get some nourishment. My boss just banned overly specific nicknames in the office. Now everyone is staring at Rat Snitch Ryan, the good time. Good. All right, welcome back, everyone. We'll now continue with the public hearing. I do want to note Councillor Graham is actually here. He got the call to come to the aid of a sick child, and so rather than bring back anything that we might catch, he's joining us online. So thank you for that, Councillor Graham. Okay, we'll continue with we've got another 4 registered speakers, and then we'll open it up to anyone that's present that would like to speak and hasn't done so, and then we'll move on with the closing elements of the public hearing. So next on the registered list is Heather Pierce. And I say to you and all those who have been patient, thank you for your patience.
It's nice to have lunch.
Yeah, and welcome to council.
Well, thank you very much. Okay, good afternoon, Your Worship and members of council. Thank you for the opportunity to make this presentation. My name is Heather Pierce, and I've been a resident of Canmore for 17 years. With regard to the 21 acres of privately owned land at 300 3rd Avenue in Canmore, it is absolutely imperative that everyone understand exactly what is to be developed on this modest, low-impact lot property and how the land is to be conserved. The owners are choosing to make this location in Canmore their permanent home, to be part of the community. The land amendment application requests a change from conservation to neighborhood residential, and it should be noted that the land use requested by the owners, was requested by the owners. The land use requested by the owners will be similar in development size to the ranch property adjacent to them, which boards the horses, has grazing horses, has a barn and a residence. This ranch is located just east near the railway line. The 21-acre property is designated as a future development district, permitting residences, homes to be built on it. As you have heard today, the owners will utilize only 11% of the land for development, leaving 89% untouched wilderness. There are 5 residential lots planned. No home sizes are specified or designed for these lots. They're not mansions, they're not anything at this point. They're just lots. Also planned is a palliative care facility and their own residence, all of which the owners will provide the utility infrastructure for at their expense. They will also build a connecting road system, though small, at their own expense. These finances, a huge initial cost, provide a generous gift, which is helping to make this land feasible for Canmore families to build on. There will be no expense to the town or Canmore taxpayers. The owners have also provided at their expense an independent, thorough, and comprehensive environmental impact study by a team of registered professional biologists from Associated Environmental Consultants. The proposed concept and the EIS were reviewed by the town of Canmore, by the town of Canmore's third-party reviewers, who agree and approve the findings of the EIS. The development of tourism housing is specifically excluded from 800 3rd Avenue, proposed by the Direct Control District, to ensure the housing will be available for residents and families of Canmore. The owners understand and are sympathetic to young families who are trying to afford housing in order to stay in this valley. Economically, to be a viable community, we need the younger generation, the 20, 30, 40-year-olds, to reside and work here, or this town will not have an economically viable future. The 2-acre parcel of land donated by the owners would house a palliative care facility, as mentioned above. There is a critical need in our community for this end-of-life facility, as has been discussed. At present, my understanding is there is no units in our Canmore Canmore General Hospital specifically designated for palliative care patients. In the spirit of reconciliation and inclusivity, plans are also in the works for areas where Indigenous ceremonies can be held. The building of this palliative care facility would fill an enormous gap in our community and would be most beneficial as our Canmore population is aging. We need this now. With regards to ecological sustainability, the owners are also granting 2 environmental reserve easements of 3.5 acres along sensitive ecological areas on the property, which I think answers Frank's question. Further, the owners, at their expense, will also refurbish native shrubs and trees throughout the 21 acres, repairing past forest fire damage. My understanding, according to the Bow Corridor Ecosystem Advisory Group, is that this specific private property is not large enough to meet the minimum standards set out for a functional habitat patch. According to the BC EAG, the habitat quality of this land is compromised and too small for a habitat patch. It outlines that this land is not functioning as it is intended. With regards to the Sustainability Screening Report, the SSR, this development scored plus 240, which was very high when you consider the average score for most developments is 0.1 to 5. That's the range. In closing, the owners have done everything in their power to present an honest and comprehensive proposal addressing all requirements, environmental and otherwise, that are necessary for this modest and low-impact development to proceed. There is a petition at the hospital, our hospital, and those in favor of this palliative care facility, 39 healthcare professionals and workers at the Canmore General Hospital have signed it.
Thank you.
So,
Thank you very
Thank you.
much. Ms. Pierce, looking to see, Councillor Graham, when I look for questions, okay, you've got a question? Please proceed.
Thank you, Your Worship. Yeah, I was a little unclear as to how that was going to work too, but I think we got it. Ms. Pierce, you mentioned something about Indigenous ceremony.
yes.
That's the first I've heard of that
Yes, I
in
know. I
this
think-
proceeding. Can you speak to that a little bit for me, please?
Only thing I can speak to it is it's written up in the proposal, in your Bernie and Jan's proposal, and the palliative care. And there they are.
Original design.
Thank you.
Part of the original design. I'm Ojibwe, Abenaki.
Okay, so we're,
A real effort to go out and talk to the people, to include the nations.
all right, so we won't be able to capture anything that's not right at the mic, so I'm just going to, rather than asking somebody to come forward, is part of the original design is what we're being told.
Thank you.
Okay, is that good? Does that answer your question?
Yeah, I'm going to have to do a little more research into that piece.
Yes.
It's just,
Yeah, well, you can talk to the palliative care group.
Okay,
thank you.
thank you. I see no more questions. Thank you for your participation this morning. I'll now call on, and I see that there's a spelling mistake in the name. It's Martin Tweeddale. So Martin Tweeddale. Dr. Tweeddale.
Unpronounceable foreign name.
Yeah. Welcome to council.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor and councillors. As the Director of the Palliative Care Society of the Bow Valley, I want to speak in support of the bylaw amendments before council. I'm only qualified to speak on the community benefit we will provide, and I want to talk something about our plans. And I want to do so because palliative care is widely misunderstood, and we've heard some of that this morning, and because the approach that we are proposing is in fact very unusual. Alberta is a good province for palliative care, but much is still needed, particularly in rural areas. End-of-life care in Alberta is urban-based. For us, that means Calgary. Rural patients needing residential end-of-life care must therefore move away from their family, community and support groups during a very distressing time of life. Such moves are also difficult, time-consuming and expensive for family members and friends. This is both unjust and inappropriate. The benefit of residential end-of-life care without having to leave one's community is obvious and is one of the Society's goals. Recently, palliative care has been changing. A good example is the definition developed by Alberta Health Services. Uniquely among the provinces, AHS rightly calls it palliative and end-of-life care. As we have heard much today, many people inappropriately equate palliative care with dying, but the Alberta definition identifies clearly that another very large unmet need exists. Long before those with a life-limiting illness are dying, they spend months or even years living with their illness and its consequences, and they currently do so without palliative care support. This must change. Palliative care is not about death. It is about life and about living as effectively as possible for as long as one can. It should therefore be available throughout the course of a life-limiting illness until end-of-life care becomes necessary. This important concept has led us to dramatically revise our vision and plans. We now intend to ensure that all aspects of both palliative and end-of-life care are readily available to all residents of the Bow Valley, irrespective of their financial status. The latter is in fact required of us as a registered charity. We are planning a palliative care building with 2 sections. As you have already heard, the first will provide fully accredited residential end-of-life and respite care, while the second will be a day hospice. The latter will provide a wide variety of programs for people restricted by their illness but not housebound. It will also provide programs for carers and will serve as a base for volunteers who can take some of the programs of the day hospice to housebound patients. Quality of life involves much more than just good health care, so our programs will be directed to meeting the whole range of social, emotional, spiritual, practical and economic needs affecting both sufferers and those who care for them. While we develop these programs, we will continue to work, as we always have, with both public and private agencies, including our Indigenous neighbours. We have discovered that many resources relevant to palliative care already exist in our communities. What is lacking is coordination and the ability to guide both patients and carers to the right resources at the right time. We see this as one of our important roles. AHS has always helped us in our work. We have been in regular contact with them since 2014, although the Society came into existence in 2016. We have joined them in documenting local opinions about palliative care. They have provided speakers for our public talks and have given us excellent advice on programs. They agree that there is a growing demand for residential end-of-life care in the Bow Valley and have publicly recognised that their formula for hospice beds in urban centres will not work in rural areas, that one model will not work for all rural communities, and that they do not yet know how to deal with situations like ours. We are confident that a contract with them will eventually be forthcoming, and we continue to work with them to that end. We trust that Council will be able to find a way forwards to allow all parties to move forward with an acceptable, to make acceptable progress. Thank you.
Thank you, Dr. Tweedale. Looking to Council to see if there are any questions. Seeing none, thank you very much for joining us today.
Thank you.
We're now going to go to Zoom if Mr. Wall is there. Okay, and we never did hear from Kelly Craver. Okay, then is Eric Wasilenko here? Welcome to council.
Thank you, Mayor and Council. My name is Eric Wazelenko, and I'm speaking in support of these two amendments, and specifically about the residential hospice. Two areas I want to cover and add to about community enhancement, as well as the doability and sequencing of this project. After being a rural family physician for 10 years, I specialized in palliative care. Much of my clinical work over these past 25 years has been to care for people and their families in their homes and in residential hospices. I helped lead a community grassroots organization that visioned, fundraised, built, and commissioned the first rural, purpose-built residential hospice home in Alberta, the Foothills Country Hospice near Okotoks. It has been a successful and widely emulated hospice for the past 14 years, and it has become, in our community, a sacred space. The Palliative Care Society of the Bow Valley has already established itself as a going concern, preparing to scale up to meet the future need once a hospice takes shape. I want to tell you then a quick story about a young mother I knew from another community who had terminal cancer. I'll call her Nancy simply to anonymize her story. She was a young woman with several very busy children and a working husband. She was diagnosed with cancer, and her cancer treatment was not successful. While trying to manage her treatment and its side effects, and her thoughts about her possible impending death, she was most concerned about her husband and kids, none of whom were doing very well. A group of 28 ladies from the town organized themselves in shifts, and with her permission decided to take responsibility for cleaning her home, making meals, driving Nancy to her appointments, helping the kids with schoolwork, and taking the kids to hockey, soccer, and dance classes. Nancy had some great care from the formal health system, but what made the most difference to her was that her husband and children were well taken care of, and they could keep doing some of their normal activities to help them cope in their last months. Now, how many people can say they have that kind of an organically formed, capable, and committed group of neighbors who would do all that for them? I suspect very few. And the formal health system, despite some very good palliative care programs, cannot do that work. The Palliative Care Society of the Bow Valley's networking and volunteer training capacity can do that coordinated organizing so that people without such a group of friends are not left behind. And when it is time for such a person to spend some hours in a day hospice or to be admitted for respite care, complex symptom management, or end-of-life care, having a residential hospice to turn to completes that journey as well as possible and for our community as equitably as possible. I want to speak for a moment about the requirement for community enhancements. I've watched hospice volunteers learn that dying and living with a terminal illness is not something to shy away from, but rather can be a time of growth, relationship enhancement, flourishing, and even joy. I am influenced by our experience while fundraising and building our hospice, watching many community groups, including service clubs, school groups, young girls' hockey teams, and others raising funds as a focused project, or coming together to do things like landscaping projects at the hospice. Doing good, thinking of others, learning about palliative end-of-life care, no longer being automatically afraid of the dying experience when one of their loved ones receives a life-limiting diagnosis. Maybe even coming home to talk about this stuff at the dinner table. Those are all really good things, and they speak volumes about community enhancement for everybody in the community. And back to my story about Nancy, speaking over the years with some of those 28 women from the community who helped her, they all told me how their lives and understanding about death and the approach of death were transformed by that experience. I made the point in my written submission to you that we're all aware that AHS and government have limited funds to spend on many competing priorities. The sequencing of preparation requires you to be ready to implement when operational funds are released, not the other way around. That is why this particular philanthropic donation of land at this time is so critically important. You have a group that is ready to advance the project, is already positioned to provide the services, has credible experts assisting them. What is needed next and what is needed now in the sequence is this generous land donation, then proper approvals, and then a build, so that you are fully prepared for the operational dollars to be deployed here in the Bow Valley. Which brings me to my final point. To those who are hesitant, this can be done, and for those who are unsure about the sequencing of each step, well, this has been done before. We have proven the concept and the model. The donor dollars and the land donation came at the right time for Foothills Country Hospice and allowed us to build and then to cement our case to the health authority of the day so that operational funding was successfully secured. Such a donation as is being provided by the McCaffreys do not come around very often. You have a pretty rare opportunity in front of you. I sincerely hope you will grab it. Thank you.
Thank you, Dr. Wasilenko. Taking a look to council, Councillor McCallum.
Thank you, Your Worship. Thank you for your presentation, sir. You're talking about the sequencing of dollars. Is that specific to healthcare and palliative care, or are you speaking about all services within the provincial government in terms of? So I can tell you from a seniors housing perspective, I've seen seniors lodges built all over this province, and with the promise of Alberta Health Services coming alongside, and then they end up not.
Right.
More often than not, they don't end up partnering. So I'm curious if this is specific to palliative care, what your statement is, or if this is your experience across the board with all of these types of different
Specifically
services.
about palliative care and the development of hospices from the community in small communities.
So outside of your center, can you give me an example or two of other centers in the province where that's occurred?
So let me think. As far as I know, all the hospices that are part of Alberta Health Services, because they match with the accreditation requirements of AHS, who are funded to the same degree of dollars or percentage of dollars or total dollars per bed per day. And that becomes sort of their equitable way of supporting the hospice development. The hospices that I'm aware of in the provinces who are operational and who are receiving funds from AHS, some of them started before AHS was even going.
In the hospice business?
In the hospice business. And so they would have gotten those contracts afterwards, but had built first and then gotten the contracts afterwards.
And what would have happened if they didn't come alongside? Because I know the mayor of Okotoks.
Right.
She's a very good friend of mine. And so what would have happened if in Okotoks you hadn't have received your 56% funding?
We would have had to raise more funds from the community. And one of the strengths of the Bow Valley Palliative Care Society is that their commitment to raise money is to be able to actually operate for, I think, 3 years without any outside help while that outside help is coming. One of the really neat things right now, and why I talked about sequencing and opportunity of time, is that government federally and certainly provincially are exceedingly focused for the first time in many of our careers over many decades in saying we need more capacity for palliative end-of-life care in residential hospices, so they're philosophically more aligned. So the likelihood or the possibility is, as you say, possible that funding would not come, but it's exceedingly unlikely. We had to take that leap of faith in Okotoks, and it was a difficult decision to make. We did it, we were successful, and I think this group here in Canmore and the Bow Valley is more advanced than we were. They're more sophisticated than we were. They've got all these other community programs going that we didn't have before we started. It would be a shock to me if you could not make the case with government for operational funding. But as I said, you've got that relief valve for a period of time until more funding can come on.
Yeah, it's always good to have a couple of years on reserve.
Yes, and we did not have that.
You have to.
But you have
Yeah,
it.
for sure, because I understand your grocery store pays for all the food requirements, perhaps, for instance, with regards to your palliative care.
At one of our early galas, they came forward and said, we're going to fund all of the groceries for a year for you, for this 1 year, for your hospice operations. That was 15 years ago, no, maybe 10 years ago, and they're still doing it today.
Yes.
And that's an example of how the community just comes together. You have a very well-positioned community for this. Many, many other small communities could not garner those philanthropic funds. You know you have it here. We happen to have it in Okotoks and the surrounding area. Not everybody does. So I'm pretty confident.
And so in terms of the palliative care that is provided within the Canmore and Banff hospitals, what is your opinion on the services that they provide?
So you've heard many speakers.
And I say that, I just, sorry, I need to apologize because I say that like they're separate. It's the
Right.
Palliative Care Society that's in the hospital, assisting the hospital, or partnered with the hospital in providing these services. These services exist already, they just don't have their own building.
Right. So you've
Okay.
heard from many speakers today about that issue. Number one, that the hospitals can provide very important medical and nursing care and some other supports in a limited amount of time and usually at the end of life, so the weeks before. And sometimes earlier on when there's symptom management requirements in a person's trajectory of disease. But the supports that families need and that people want are in the community, not in hospitals. So thank heavens we have that relief valve of the hospitals. We have fantastic programs, and you do in the Bow Valley as well, but they're not enough. And the stories that I know from sitting with people in the middle of the night, for the whole night in their homes and in hospices, they talk about the things that are so important about being at home and not in a hospital. The whole philosophy of palliative end-of-life care is about being within your community, with your loved ones, enhancing relationships, not being in a hospital with somebody else's rules that have to happen in hospitals. So there are parts of palliative end-of-life care that are critically important in hospitals to have available, but most of the care occurs in the community. In national surveys that have been undertaken for the last 25 years, 75% of people say, I want to die at home. Now, not everybody can, in the end, after the experience for some time, die at home for a whole host of reasons. So we've always said, as we develop programs throughout the country, that a community needs 4 pillars of excellent palliative care services, supports, and expertise. They need some in hospital. They need some in long-term care, because that's where a lot of people end up dying. They certainly need some in the community in home care, and they need the opportunity for hospices, residential hospices. When you have those 4 things and an integrated sort of seamless coordination and responsible working together around those 4 pillars, you have the most ideal circumstances of anywhere. And the Bow Valley Society has actually started that work already and have worked with the people in the hospitals. There's very good evidence that the program like this, that is the same kind of program that we have in Calgary generally, ranks the highest in all 33 out of the 34 indicators that national palliative care end-of-life groups have determined will be the way we rate various palliative care services in the country. So that mechanism works, and I mean, I can only, with admiration and congratulations, talk about this group of volunteers you have here in the Bow Valley who have bought into that and have actually operationalized it before they even get a residential hospice that can be that hub or that central place.
Right. So at this point, you're saying we have 3 out of the 4 pillars in our community. Because what I've heard over the course of the morning is sort of, it's inferred that we don't have palliative care, and we do have palliative care. It's just not gold standard.
Yeah, you don't have enough. And when you talk to family, I'm not sure about your own experience, but you know, in personal experience in my family.
I've been holding hands with many of my family. I've been an orphan a very long time.
Okay,
yes.
Thank you. And in the professional work that all of us in this area do, we know that our excellent acute care resources are not enough. Clinicians tell us that, healthcare administrators tell us that, but most importantly, the patients and families tell us that. So when it can be enhanced to become the gold standard, which in my view, every community deserves, you just have the opportunity to make it happen. We have to jump at that opportunity. You do need the gold standard. And I think that gold standard is going to become more sort of de rigueur normative standard for more and more communities as this takes root in our communities.
Well, and of course, as the baby boomers age, and we have an overrepresentation in our community.
You do.
Yeah.
You do. And, you know, I used the story I did specifically because it was not about an elderly person. But yes, of course, we do see that in all age groups, all populations.
Thank you for your time.
Thank you.
Thank you. I don't see any other questions.
Thank you.
Dr. Wasylenko, thank you for your time today.
Thank you very much.
So I'm going to quickly look at the clerks. Do either of the people that had registered for Zoom, have they joined? No? Okay. So I'm going to open it up now to anyone here that would like to speak that has not had the opportunity to do so yet. Sir, please come forward. Mr. Waddy, welcome. And,
Thank you, Mayor and Council.
Just for the record, if you could say your name, and then the mic is yours.
My name is Merrill Waddy. I'm a resident of Canmore. After such thoughtful presentations that you've heard today, the written submissions, the reports you've read, I would think Council is very well informed on, one, the importance of hospice care to a community. I might add, if, like the Grinch, Three Sisters' heart might grow 2 sizes larger, maybe they would donate an even more lovely site. But I would just throw that out there. 2, you're informed on the environmental impact of development on this site. 3, whether or not the application addresses Canmore's affordable housing issues. And 4, when is an urban growth boundary not an urban growth boundary? My concern is not to add more facts in those areas. My concern today is on process and consequences. My spidey senses begin to tingle a bit when I hear that this application has been a collaboration between the developer and administration. It appears to exclude the community and the science community that has the most history and the most research on the environmental issues concerning the Bow Valley. When these parties are excluded, you get a result that is flawed, not beneficial to all, and it kind of rings a bell to me with the Three Sisters ASP application. Most importantly for me, I assume Council has sought legal advice on how an approval of this application to remove the urban growth boundary might affect an appeal of the recent Property Rights Tribunal decision, a decision that is much more critical to the future of the Bow Valley than even this particular application. Thank you.
Mr. Waddy, just a few things there for clarification. My understanding is that the applicant has worked with the administration in the way that anybody looking to develop property works with those who are controlling the process.
Of course.
As opposed to some sort of other form of collaboration.
Of course.
And I can advise that every application has to be dealt with on its own merits. In fact, if this council were to take into account any impact or effect on anything else outside of this application, we would in fact not be satisfying the rights of the applicant to be heard on the basis of their particular circumstances.
Of course.
Great. So thank you for that. Are there any questions? Seeing none, thank you for your time today, Mr. Waddy. Is there anyone else that would like to speak? Yes, sir. Oh, just, yes?
Sorry, can I just ask that anyone who's speaking that didn't register just state their name and their stance so we have it for the minutes?
Okay.
That's fine.
Perfect.
My name is Robert Todd. I actually registered on Friday. I received no response to my email.
It might have been after it was closed. But I'm glad
it was
that
in the morning, but that's fine.
Okay, but I'm glad that you're here today.
Yes.
And the mic is yours. Welcome to council.
Mr. Mayor and council, thank you. I'd like to start by thanking you for holding these, and I'd like to comment on your just how tough this has been today. You've sat through a lot of presentations. I'm at the back. I'm dizzy from all of the facts I've heard. And I want to say I cannot, and I don't offer you any guidance on the Russian doll conundrum that you face with all the different layers that you have to analyze and come up with a decision that for sure people are going to like, people are not going to like. So I envy you not in what you undertake here. I'm here to address somebody who lost a spouse in Canmore, in palliative care, at home. And this may be contrary to what you've heard from stats,
But palliative care could be required by any one of us tomorrow. There's no socioeconomic demographic that it favors or does not favor. There's no age group. I saw one fellow, he wasn't even 50, early onset dementia. We don't know. Life is uncertain. Jill, my wife, I should say I've been a long-term sponsor of the Palliative Care group. Jill fought a long, hard battle against cancer that was preordained not to be successful. There's no treatment for the cancer she had, even today, 12 years later. She chose to die at home. She told me, this is not a cinnamon bun, don't sugarcoat it. I'm not passing away, I'm dying. And so I hear that there's a change to palliative care about life, but it's also about death, and that's pretty permanent. She lived with us at home. The youngest daughter, Emma, withdrew from her medical studies, third year in New York, to come back to be with her mother when she passed away. So we had a third-year medical person in the house, and we used the Canmore Hospital a lot. She started, the opiates stopped working, and she started suffering from delirium. And so she went into the hospital. She spent 1 day in the hospital, and they had to change out the drugs, and she chose not to do so. So she went into palliative sedation. And I can tell you, the palliative care was not of the standard that was called for by the hospital, and they acknowledged that it was difficult. So, I mean, I was in my 60s. You can have difficulty in your 60s. What if you're in your 70s or your 80s and you have issues? Palliative care, I think, and a hospice is essential in Canmore, for Canmore to consider itself a compassionate town. I mean, we're known for our athletes and our commitment to young athletes. I think we should also be known for our commitment to anybody that needs this kind of care. I just want to share that with you. The issue with her palliative care we resolved within hours, and it worked out, and she passed away several days later. In ending, I'd like to leave you with a question, a rhetorical question. I think it's overwhelming that there's support for a palliative care. So then the rhetorical question is, and I can't guide you on your decision, if not this land, then what land? And I'd like to remind you, life is uncertain. Be kind and generous in your deliberations. Thank you.
Thank you, sir. And thank you for sharing. I don't see any questions, so thank you for your time today. Ms. Henderson.
But I'm wearing colors for you.
Then welcome to council. The mic is yours.
Thank you. My name is Tracy Henderson. I'm a longtime resident of Canmore. Boy, land decisions are never easy for you guys, and this one in particular. But you know, the reason why this is such a difficult issue, part of the reason, is that arguably we're almost at a tipping point or a crisis point with our wildlife. We know we are getting warnings all the time from ecologists, biologists, the scientific community, that we need to pay attention to the cumulative impacts. We don't need to look at single projects as just single projects. We need to look at all of them collectively as a whole and what's happening to wildlife habitat. There was a paper just 3 weeks ago released by world-renowned biologists that looked at specific situation here in the Bow Valley, and that was their warning. And if you read page 3 of your MSS report, right at the top, your MSS biologist takes a fair amount of space on that page to warn against this very issue. So this may seem like just a small piece of land, but it's part of a bigger whole. And it's a part of a bigger whole that keeps getting chipped away. And frankly, I think we need to stop that. There's a time to say no. Every piece of habitat right now is important. It's important to keep in our inventory so we can improve it. We have it. The wildlife have it in the future, as pressures will just continue to increase on the habitat, on the wildlife here. But I want to switch a little bit. I want to switch tones because I want to put forth a little different narrative than the one we've been hearing today. And that's, we're not so much looking at a decision about whether we get a hospice or not. To me, it's a decision about whether we get a hospice now or whether we have to wait a couple more years. And I would argue it will be worth the wait, because I'm not convinced, with all the uncertainty surrounding this hospice, I'm not convinced that it meets the standard within our municipal to trigger or to justify a change to our municipal development plan. I don't think there's a guaranteed extraordinary community benefit here. Despite 10 years, well, let me backtrack. I'd just like you to know I speak from, I have personal experience with hospice. My father spent the last 2 weeks of his life in a hospice. I was there with him. My mother volunteered in that hospice for 10 years. I get it. They are incredible facilities, and I do wish for one in Canmore one day. But this one, despite what I'm hearing is close to a decade of conversations with AHS, we still don't have a working agreement. Yes, the intent is to have a working agreement with AHS to have their funding, but it's not in place yet, and we're asking to take a leap of faith that it will be in place when it needs to be. And here's the rub. If AHS comes on board with funding, it means those beds need to be available to everyone within the Calgary Health Zone. That's Calgary, that's Cochrane. Someone I know in Okotoks told me how there's been times where the hospice facility in Okotoks, 6 of their 8 beds have been taken up by people from outside the community. That's the relationship with AHS funding. So again, is that the extraordinary community benefit that it needs to be to justify the changes to our MDP? Staffing. Our current existing healthcare facilities are struggling with staffing. We have a doctor shortage. How will this hospice find its staff? Will it pull staff from our already taxed medical institutions? I don't know, but they don't have staff housing plans. How are they going to keep their staff? Again, just another uncertainty that makes me wonder, is this a significant community gain? And that's a lot of uncertainty in a project that's being used to justify moving our urban growth boundary and allowing development in a habitat patch. Do I want a hospice here in Canmore? Absolutely. But I think we should wait until the society can find a different location. They will find a different location. We've heard what fabulous fundraisers they are. There is no doubt in my mind they will find a different location. We just have to wait a little longer for that. You know, there's other places in Canmore for a hospice, but there's nowhere else for our habitat to go. This may not be the best habitat, but it doesn't mean we should throw it out, because then it's gone forever. And if we develop a solution to human use in our habitat patches, if we learn how to make them better places, and we will, I'm convinced we will over time, well, it may be too late, because we'll have given away too much of the wildlife habitat to make a substantial difference. Thank you.
Thank you. Looking to see if there's any questions. Seeing none, thanks for your time today. Anyone else? Ms. Bridge, you've already spoken today. Yes, sir.
Thank you, Mayor and Council. My name is Keenan Rudichuk. I've spoken here before. I'm a professional biologist. I practice or I specialize in wildlife biology. I should start by saying that I'm neutral on on this project. My role in this project was to prepare the EIS that was developed in response to a terms of reference that was created by the town of Canmore and their third-party reviewer. So our EIS followed the rules that the town of Canmore and the reviewer set out. As a professional biologist, I'm bound by a code of ethics. So the EIS that we wrote is, in my opinion, it's independent and it has no bias. It presents the data in a clear manner, and I stand behind the findings of that EIS. And there was support for that EIS by the town's third-party reviewer. So I just wanted to get that straightened out at the top. There was some discussion earlier today about some of the things that may have been glazed over or folks believed were glazed over in the EIS. One comment was about how elk were kind of brushed off and maybe not thoroughly considered as much as they should have been. And maybe that was a fault in the writing of the EIS, or maybe that reader read it with a lens of their own. But for sure, elk are the most obvious species on the landscape that interact with this property in the South Canmore Local Habitat Patch. The EIS is publicly available and it's open for the public's review. The megafauna, the cute and cuddly species that everyone likes to talk about, the grizzly bears, wolves, cougars, black bears, elk, are all written into that report and considered beyond what the words say on the page. Species at risk, every impact assessment that's written considers species at risk. And the reason for that is because they are the species that are at most risk of becoming extirpated or extinct, or they have a conservation concern because human development could have a great impact on them. There's reasons why species at risk are listed in Alberta and federally. So having said that, when we talk about habitat requirements for elk and habitat requirements for species at risk, there's a clearly defined term of critical habitat. And that word critical habitat was tossed around a little bit today, and because I'm a biology geek and I'm a wildlife guy, I have to correct that. Bedding habitat and resting habitat doesn't constitute critical habitat. It may be important habitat for some species, and so I use that word important very deliberately. More important habitat would be habitat that provides security and forage and thermal protection over winter for species when they're at their most stressed part of their life. It still wouldn't meet so with respect to elk, it wouldn't meet the requirements for critical habitat because critical habitat is mapped. There are federal polygons that identify critical habitat for species in Canada. The Species at Risk Act protects those species. So I just need to clarify that piece because it's a really important piece. When we use words like that, the biologists in the group and the people that are really well informed, their ears perk up, and it can be considered misinformation. Another thing is that we talk about the wildlife quite a bit, and the EIS considers the wildlife, but it also considers each individual species, the potential impacts of the project on those species, the significance of the impact on those species, and presents mitigation measures, which are actions that we would take, we being the project team, to take to avoid, reduce, restore, or offset or compensate for those potential effects. And so we simplify this EIS by saying it's got low to negligible effects on all of the things we looked at, including vegetation and ecosystems and wildlife habitat. But it's not really that simple. It's a 100-page report, but there's thousands of hours and even more in education that went into the writing of that report. So I guess I'm just here to validate the EIS and state that it's an independent document written with an independent lens, in my opinion. And it was the review process with MSES and the third-party reviewer was above board for sure. And yeah, that's all I wanted to say. Just some things I heard today.
Great, thank you.
Nailed it.
Thank
5
you.
minutes.
So thank you for that. I'm going to hold off on any questions around that until there's questions for the applicants. And I know that Mr. and Ms. McCaffrey may want to speak, and I'll actually give you that opportunity after we're done with public submissions from the general public. So is there anyone else that would like to speak that hasn't done so yet? Yes, sir.
Hi, Your Worship, councillors. Possible to get a presentation? Sorry.
Yeah, why don't we start with your name, and then and are you for, against, or neutral?
Richard Simpson. I am neutral. I am with Associated Environmental and did support in the assessment of the property, and just wanted to touch on cumulative effects and some of the points around cumulative effects that have been discussed today, and just in general. So I've spent a lot of time looking at cumulative effects, including supporting the government and development of the South Saskatchewan Regional Plan. And so I just threw a couple of slides together to talk about some of these things. You know, cumulative effects are real, but cumulative effects are also very regional. And as is the concept of this death by 1,000 cuts that we talk about. But the argument is fundamentally that not all development is equal, and where that development is really critical in the assessment of the cumulative effects of a particular development. And you know, this particular development is probably in one of the better places that you could think about developing from a cumulative effects perspective. And so, you know, and that concept comes from this idea that's been around in regional planning and strategic planning for a long time, where we want to intensify development next to its existing development and minimize the sprawl that we get on the outside of the development. And it was touched on earlier today about zone of influences, and this is super true. Zone of influence from development is one of the critical things that we think about when we're thinking about cumulative effects. So typically what we do, rather than looking at an individual wildlife species that might move close to development, is we look at the existing development and we look at the effects of it outwards. And so within this particular development, what we're seeing is extensive development surrounding the site. And if we go into one of the documents in the submission, we even see this, where it's been called out that there's within 300 meters of the waste transfer site setback. So to the south, we have development where the zone of influence is infringing on the site. To the north, we have development where the zone of influence is covering the site. We have a rail line, we have roads, we have existing disturbance. And so fundamentally, when we're looking, and you're looking at a regional cumulative effects model, this is what you want to concentrate development in areas that already have zones of influence and minimize your development outside of existing zones of influence. And to quote the exact same paper, I threw some slides up crediting this work. It's really interesting looking at wildlife, again, carnivorous species in the valley. And what we see in the past is that there was a lot of, and they use this idea of slow and fast movement for species, where slow movement is where they're eating, where they're resting. Fast movement is when they're moving from point A to point B. Historically, the whole valley was important species habitat. What we're seeing in the middle of the current is that species are currently moving around the site, around Canmore. If you look in this area of the proposed development, it is not currently being used, or it is not modeled to be used because it is within a zone of influence. And so when you actually take and look at the future and you look at the existing disturbance and you look at modeled wildlife movement in the future, and today what we're seeing is development is causing wildlife to go around Canmore. And so when we're looking at the particular development that is in an existing zone of influence, if there is going to be development, stop it in that critical habitat that's moving around, or the important habitat that's moving around. But there is already such a zone of influence, and that's fundamentally why we came to this negligible cumulative effects statement, because the zones of influence of existing development make this site less important than areas where there is not already a zone of influence. And I guess the only thing that I would add to that is, as we think about reasonably foreseeable development in the future, that story becomes even more evident. As we get more development, we're going to box this in, and it's going to become less important habitat, and habitat around will be more important. That's all I had. A few minutes early.
Great. Thank you. Thank you, Mr. Simpson. Any questions there? All right, seeing none, thanks for your time today. Is there anyone who hasn't spoken that would like to speak? I'll ask one more time. Is there anyone that's here that would like to speak that has not already spoken today? All right, then we're going to move on to the next phase then. Thank you everybody for all the submissions you made. So I'm going to ask the applicant if there are is there anything that you've heard today that you'd like to respond to, or just make some general comments? Mr. McCaffrey.
Good afternoon, Mayor, Council. I'm Bernie McCaffrey. My wife Jan and I are the owners, proponents, and apparently we're developers. We didn't want to become or be known as developers. We didn't want to be known as people that I'm very concerned about one thing, that we're not here to use the palliative care as a vehicle to get what we wanted. It was written in the MDP. In order to move on, we had to show a community benefit. If there's anything that's going to come out of today, and I'm thrilled, and I think it's a real win, is that I think you've heard from your citizens that a palliative care is needed and it's wanted in this community. So regardless of the outcome for myself and Jan, I think it's been wonderful, and they're a wonderful group of people to be working with. It was very easy for us to decide that it was the first one we looked at because of the misfortune we had in our family, but we were fortunate enough to be with palliative care in the 4 times we had to use it. This is a very difficult process for people to go through. All we wanted was a home in this beautiful town. It ended up being 20 acres. We weren't expecting 20 acres. It just seemed like the good thing. We had reviewed what we had to do to get to that point. We had dialogue with the town, with the previous council, and everything was looking as though we were doing it the right way. I would like this opportunity to make a couple other points. We did not wish to have any animosity between citizens. There's the pro-environmentalists and there's the pro-palliative care, and I think there's a way that we can be together with it and that we can find a successful story. So over the years, we have been working with the administration, taking a lot of guidance, not instruction, but guidance on what their past experiences have been and what may or may not work. I was concerned about the woman from Harvey Heights, and we don't have a wildlife corridor designation on our land. We are future development. There has been an imposed thing about habitat patch being put on the property, but there's a prescribed way within the MDP for us to get through that, and we've gone through those processes. We have not hired biased biologists, planners, or anything. I've never met Keenan. We had difficulty finding environmental groups that would work in Canmore. I will say that. Some of them find it difficult and find it, for whatever reason, I'll let them answer whenever they wish. But it was difficult. But we were able to get Associated Engineering to step up to the plate. And we didn't ask for another one to be done. We actually had sort of 2 EISs done, and both of them we came out with the same results. I shouldn't say 2 of them done, but 1, and then we had the terms of reference were given to us after the first one was completed. as I said, we're not residential developers. We're people who bought the land 4 years ago and will be paying taxes on it as if it is residential land for some time, which is a dichotomy on its own, that we're paying taxes for residential in land that we're being told we can't have residents in. We didn't really care if we had 5 acres or 20 acres. We didn't know what the palliative care needed when we started talking to them, but we decided, we asked them, and they squished their lot down so that it would be a smaller impact on the environment, that if they kept it to 2 acres and being able to do it. And I quite honestly, if they said they needed 2.5, we would come back and say, can we give them 2.5? We worked diligently to try to make sure the environment stayed first. We didn't start saying this is what we want and the environment can be second. We started with the environment. Before we had hired an environmentalist, I sought guidance from various people that were influential in the environment here in Canmore, who were environmentalists. We took leadership we took some leads from them, and we tried to develop around that. We held 5 open houses. We've never hidden from anything, although we tried to stay anonymous for the longest time, but that didn't work out so well. And we have addressed from the neighbors on 3rd Avenue their wishes, and we will try to prevent that they don't get overwhelmed by, marching traffic from Spring Creek. It's a big one. We've addressed that we're not building a new road from the highway across our lands. We've tried to assure them that we're going to keep, the reason the lots are large is so you can have more treed area so that you can fit a home on the lot without knocking them all down. And that was where we tried to go with it. We've had a lot of confusion about, in our proposal, that we tried to address in our proposal, but it was oversights with some people. We're not covering the land in 2 meters of fill. The lots are large, again, so that you only have to raise the lot where the living space is. You should be able to maintain that there's trees all the way around the home. And we tried to address the fact of affordable housing. We had taken direction, or not guidance, direction, whatever it was to be, that it was not an appropriate place to have affordable housing. But Jan and I, we looked at, well, what can we do to make it better? So we went out and we found through our planner, McElhaney, a booklet prepared by the provincial government of BC. And in this booklet, it addressed that there's a missing middle. You have very small ADUs, which will help a single person, a student, or somebody who's sort of transient going through. And then you could have larger ones that may facilitate a nurse, a teacher, their family for a period of time where they're going. So we thought, well, this would be better to be able to have the opportunity for a person, if they're going to build an ADU, to go to a larger ADU. We're not building any of the homes. We're going to sell developable lots. But if not there, it would be an option for them to have it, to be able to say, well, this would be good for a teacher or a nurse or someone working at it. For some reason, which we don't understand, we've been discouraged now to have any ADUs. But we'll listen to what council and what administration, their arguments are. It's to no benefit to us to have an ADU. So we just sort of put it out there that we thought we were doing the right thing. In addressing all of the issues, it became apparent we can't solve all of Canmore's problems just because there's 23 acres that are under one title. We can't solve affordable housing. We can't solve the environment, but we can mitigate it. We can add the public good in 2 ways. One is with the hospice, which I think is incredible, with the Palliative Care group, because they'll never lose our support, regardless of this. And the other is that we're providing 5 additional lots, which does 2 things. One is to give a tax base, which will maintain the ongoing contribution to the town. And the other is it'll offset some of the costs that it'll be costing us to service the land and get it through. Nothing more. We're not in this to come out making a lot of things. we're open for all sorts of discussions and always have been, and we've addressed them as best we can. Thank you for your time.
Great, thank you. So just a note to council and the clerks, I recognize I jumped over the written submissions, but we'll loop back to that after there's questions of the applicant. So just looking to the applicant, just, is there anything else that you want to say before we open up to any questions?
I think, Lori Van Royen, I think most of the issues have been covered. I think there's only one issue that may require some additional thought, and that is we are amenable to discussing MR, ER, CR, and have been from the very beginning. We think that the land is special, obviously. We've talked a lot about that. And that we also believe that an MR land dedication may not be appropriate. So of course we're open to discussions around that, definitely given the nature of the land. The suggestion today to put MR close to Spring Creek Mountain Village in some of the most sensitive areas around the riparian of the creeks may not be the best environmental solution or suggestion. And in terms of CR or Conservation Reserve, the direct control actually does limit development based on the policies provided within it. And so there may not be a need to do a conservation reserve, although we're still open to discussions around that. And then finally, my only question is that if you think about putting MR in that area, who really does benefit from it? Is it the community, is it the environment, or is it Spring Creek? And so those would be the only things that we would have in response. I think the environmental has been covered, and Bernie did a great job of responding to some of the other questions. So we are open to questions. We have our team here to answer any questions you may have.
So I'll open up to questions from council to the applicant. I know we had quite the robust question and answer at first reading, and certainly council obviously scrutinized the application through a pretty in-depth questioning at that time. I'm not seeing any questions right now. So, there you go. Okay, go ahead, Councillor McCallum. Mike?
Yeah, that would be helpful, right?
Yeah.
Sorry.
Prefer you chose Jan, but.
Better looking. So welcome to Canmore, where things aren't as simple as they are elsewhere. Because, yep. And as somebody that's new to our community, I'm sorry that you have felt vilified through all of this. And I understand that you haven't wanted to feel like a big D developer. That was not you and your wife's intent. If there's anything that's come out of this, as other people have stated, is that there's clearly a want for hospice care in Canmore. But I'm going to ask a question that lots of people have asked me about this application that may not be an awesome question, so I want to preface this in advance. If you didn't want to be a developer, then why are you choosing to have 5 empty lots to sell? Or 4 to sell.
5.
5s to sell, thank you. Instead of just your own family home and the palliative care. And I understand it's to pay for the infrastructure?
Yes, yeah, no, it's solely for the infrastructure.
Yeah, so that doesn't feel much like a gift. Like when because you're basic, excuse me, when you get to sit up here if you run and earn 45 grand a year, trust me.
Councillor McCallum.
So my question, sorry, go ahead, Your Worship.
Yes, so Mr. McCaffrey was providing an answer to the first question.
And then there was, I'm not sure if you heard, there was quite an uproar over here, so I apologize for interrupting you, sir.
Yeah.
Well, we were under the impression, and still have been under the impression, that it's important for the tax base to also increase with the MDP. You have to show benefits ongoing. We're constantly being told, well, you may put in the water lines, but we have to maintain them. There's that. We have to extend the road down, or we could left it up the top. So there's no doubt that it's offsetting costs, and not much more.
So it's purely to offset costs?
That's what we started with,
Okay.
yeah.
All right.
Offsetting costs and showing the additional benefit that's supposed to be there for the taxes.
Yes.
I mean, it would be, I don't know what price the lots will sell for, but they will be significant, and it'd be no different than 5 additional lots, a tax base that are going into the Karens. We'll say that those are significant taxable benefit or taxes due to the town.
And they also
And as far as
they also put pressure on the town too in a very different socioeconomic fashion, and that's, I guess,
I suppose every lot does.
Depending, yeah, on the size of it and who it's designed to house, absolutely. And
Councilor McCallum, do you have
yeah,
another question?
And I could have a beer with you over that sometime. I would be happy to.
I'm looking forward to a beer.
I'll buy. But I think that's the question that I've had and I've seen in my inbox, and I've heard people ask, and it's sort of an impolite question. I understand that, but it's a question that is being asked, and it's about, because you're right, you'll probably get $1.5 million per lot. But that money is not, that's not the point of it. I just wanted to understand the answer to that, so I appreciate that. Thank you.
I'm bringing up the passionate one now. Jan can.
Yes, thank you for that question, and I understand why someone would feel that way. I guess when I look at the plan, I don't see a development, and I guess that's a fair, you see something and I see something different. That's typical.
You see your home.
But I would say,
Eat
the
mic.
I would say that traditionally, development would be very large. If we talk about development, I'm not conversant on everyone that's in town, but, I look to the north. That is a development. I feel that I'm pretty good at knowing the kind of money that's in there. We are so minor that I can't really understand your comment. And I would say that it's probably not relevant here today, but what would we do with the money if there was a net, right?
No, I guess I think that's the reason why people, you think you don't feel like a developer, and other people are feeling like this is a big D development. So that's.
Yeah. And one of the other aspects that no one has talked here today about is options. The future development district, it talks about potentially future development, but no one is talking about what it's sort of permitted to do today. And the other option that's never been really thought about, but we have, is we always viewed it as a bottom to an investment, and it would be a buy and hold. So this is, and then who knows what will happen. Hopefully nothing bad in terms of, trying to do something like Spring Creek, I guess. And, but that's not our intention. I mean, if we're declined today, you have to know that that's on our list, among a few other things. But we don't view it as a development. I understand there might be a net positive, but who does anything knowing they're going to lose? And that's all I can say. Thanks.
Thank you very much, and thank you for answering my question. And again, it would feel like an impolite question, but it's one that's been in my inbox lots.
Well, I'd just like to also add, you've got us both up now. One of the very first things that administration and we were given guidance on from is that we were told less is more. It was repeated to us by many people, that less is more. So when is less the right amount and what's more? So you carve off a little piece, so this is where we think we can have some development. Well, that piece up there seems to be the right area. We'll say the top corner. We have 3 homes there and a driveway. And that's not a lot of homes. Whereas if you went 50 yards the other way, you would have probably 6 to 7 homes in that same space. So we didn't really go aggressive on development.
Thank you. Councillor Ma.
Thank you, Your Worship. Thank you for your time, Mr. McCaffrey. It's not easy being up there, for sure.
It's absolutely horrible.
It is, for sure. We're in agreement. It's a horrible process. This is a question that I've gotten from various constituents too. And they were curious if this project were to go through, would there be further intention of future subdivision in the other sections?
No, we've made it really clear that it's not, as mentioned by Lori, we'll look at all restrictive ideas to go on this. At our age, we're certain, we thought that's what we're going to be living in there. By the time we get it built now and get in there and stuff, we certainly won't have it in us to do anymore. Now, and I'm not really good at this, it should be Jennifer, but then in the direct control bylaws, it's stated that one home can go on that land in Area D. The other areas are too small. So we see that we've boxed it in that way, but we're willing to look at anything else. As mentioned before, we tried to we have put environment first. It's not as if it's secondary to this. We started with the environment guidelines. We thought we'd met them. We sort of thought this would be a no-brainer. But there's different interpretations. I'm not a biologist, so I'd look like a fool talking up here. But I didn't start as a biologist thinking I was going to be able to pull something over on anyone. And we have tried to work with everyone in Canmore, all of the groups. And we were quite surprised when we started seeing some of the things come up in the paper and what we were being told. It was quite shocking, to tell you the truth. We have a piece of land now that the town has a pathway that stops on our property. They didn't put up a fence to say private property. They didn't say no entry, it's a habitat patch. The town has a pathway that goes onto our property. We were afraid, it still would be, to say, well, let's put up a fence because now everyone will start calling us names that we're trying to keep it for ourselves. We have not put up a fence, which I suppose we're entitled to have some height, I don't know what height would be, to keep the animals out. We don't want the animals out. We want the animals to do their very best there. So we've never boxed it in to try to sterilize the land in any which way at all from animals. When we walked the land the first time, we saw lovely horses. Isn't this beautiful? It'd be great. And that's what won us over. It wasn't the idea of looking at condos going down the road. So,
Thank you, sir.
thank you.
Looking to council to see if there's any other questions. Okay. Seeing none, I'm now going to turn to the Assistant Municipal Clerk and speak to the written submissions, please. So you want to speak into the mic?
So given the volume of submissions, I'm thinking we pull up the minutes here. We have everyone included, either verbal or written, and their stance, so in favor, neutral, or in opposition. And I was just thinking we can scroll for the people at home.
Yep, that sounds fine, and then these will form part of the minutes, correct?
Correct.
Great, thank you. Should say, as we're scrolling here, you sure know how to fill a council member's long weekend. All those ones there are part of the Palliative Care Society letter, is that right? And that's why there's no X's next to them? Okay, thank you. Great, thank you very much. All right, before moving on, did our acting CAO want to say something? You've appeared on my board here.
Nope.
Okay.
But thanks for asking.
Okay, just thought I'd check. Okay. Right, so I'll turn to administration for any closing comments that you would have. Mr. Fish?
I'll be brief. It's been a long day for everyone. Just two quick comments, kind of quick. I thought I'd give a history of the SSR in interpretive dance out in the plaza later. No, so very quickly, the SSR, the Sustainability Screening Report process, was a tool in its current incarnation to try and provide some more detailed evaluation of projects. As discussed, it's an imperfect tool, but it is a tool that weighs a whole bunch of different aspects of a development. Administration did have conversations or email conversations with Mr. Lonis, I believe it was, trying to clarify some of the numbers. There was some confusion. The very initial documents that we had, they weren't the formal submission. That showed a sustainability screening matrix with a score of positive 307 through some comments between administration and the applicant. Those numbers were revised to 239 in the positive, so that's hence some of the confusion around that. Yeah, seniors housing is something that we're trying to encourage in there along with other affordable housing forms, and so it scores quite highly. When you include a lot of it, Mr. Kernick also built a seniors housing development in Spring Creek Mountain Village that scored something like plus 500 or some other large number. I can't remember off the top of my head. He requested that he be able to bank those for future use in SSRs. Anyway, so it's an imperfect tool, and it's, as discussed, it's just one method of evaluation. But that's the difference between the 307 and then when the actual final submission was received, it was 239. Administration did have a few other questions about some of the points, the credits that were given, so it's filled in by the developer, but they're inconsequential in the overall scale of it. Very quickly, and I don't need to belabor this, but I don't recall specific conversations about affordable housing on this site. We've obviously been working with the applicant when they first came to us and the Palliative Care Society many years ago, so I could be forgetting some specifics, but I don't remember any recent or detailed discussions about affordable housing. Generally, our approach has been less is more. I talked at first reading about how the development has been clustered more in the northwest corner. There was an additional unit proposed in earlier drafts that has since been removed, so the applicant did reduce some of the scale of development. And that concludes my comments, but happy to answer any questions.
Thank you, Mr. Fish. Any questions from Council? Councillor Faubert.
Thank you, Mr. Fish. I'm just curious, there's been a lot of talk about cumulative effects. Who holds jurisdiction on cumulative effects and for the protection and functioning of the habitat patch? Not a tough question.
As the decision maker on this application, I would say it's council. So as much as Mr. McCaffrey didn't like standing in this place in the room, I actually quite like it, and I'm really thankful not to be in those 7 seats up there. So it's, you know, cumulative effects in this case, it's a value of the community, and council represents the protection and implementation of that as best as they can.
Any other questions? Seeing none, thank you. All right, so that brings us to the end of our public hearing. just in case people don't come back after the break I'm about to call, after I close the hearing, just give you a sense of where the process. So currently, second reading is scheduled for the first regular meeting of council in July. I think that's July 5th. And that's obviously something that could change depending on the direction that administration is provided by council after the break. And so with the public hearing being closed, would certainly encourage you to let what you've shared stand. We've heard it, we've received it. You don't need to, for the next 6 weeks, contact council over and over. The idea of the process is that this is the opportunity where we've received a lot of feedback. And now we need to go through that feedback. We already have to a great deal, but there would be some last minute submissions, and we need to think about what we've heard. And so it's not about 6 more weeks of trying to influence. I think all of council will probably tell you, thank you, but let us proceed with the process, all right? So that's currently where we're going. After the break, we're going to provide administration with some direction to prepare for second reading. And with that, I close the public hearing, and I'll call a break and let us resume at 10 after 3. And this is, let's move to it here. Okay, so this item is to give direction to administration with respect to helping to prepare any wording of any potential amendments we may want to consider at second reading. This isn't about binding council as to something that we will for sure want to pursue, but what it is to avoid making amendments on the fly without having the input of, professional input of the administration, and without having had some consultation with the proponent to see what would work. It's also to avoid administration being asked to prepare wording that doesn't necessarily have the support of council. So if one councillor were to have an idea, they get it, and then it's going to be shut down. I can see that there's a potential for a little bit of chaos there, so I'm just trying to bring some structure to the process. I do understand that it's been a long day, and I don't think I'm looking here for anybody to provide definitive support for anything, but just where there is an openness to consider different elements, putting that as a topic on the schedule. If somebody was wanting to move a postponement, we could certainly discuss that, and then we would have to proceed accordingly based on that. I'm prepared to move forward, so if somebody wants to move a postponement, they can do once I've put it on the floor. So I'm going to put this following motion on the floor, and I circulated this to council so that they'd be aware what it is, and it's just really a motion that's going to be populated by council itself. And so that motion is that administration is directed to work with the applicant to prepare a recommendation and/or wording for a potential amendment with respect to bylaws 2022-09 or 2022-10, the bylaws, regarding each of the following topics. And then there's just empty bullet points, and provide the said recommendation and/or wording to council prior to the second reading of the bylaws. So now, I don't know how we're going to do this with, are we able to put it on the screen and still see Councillor Graham? Yeah, it'll just be a small box. Okay. Yeah. It would be easier. Yeah.
That's really easy to read.
No, that's not it. Those bullets shouldn't be in there. We're going to deal with them one at a time, and I'm going to bring them up. There we go. So that's basically the structure for the motion. And I'll be deeming that the main motion here is as if it was recommended by administration, as this agenda item is to provide direction to administration. Therefore, each council member may propose amendments to this motion, including myself, by suggesting a topic to be listed in the motion, which we will debate and vote upon, and when all the amendments are done, we'll return to the main motion for consideration and voting. So, I'm going to kick things off with proposing an amendment to this motion by adding, first bullet point, limiting house sizes to be comparable with housing found on 3rd Avenue. Okay, so my understanding from the proponents is that they were not intending to build or have built large estate homes, and that a reasonable limit is something that they would definitely be open to. And I thought that the best example of a reasonable limit would be those in the immediate area, which is being the housing found on 3rd Avenue. So I would ask that you support this amendment. Is there any discussion on this amendment? Councillor McCallum.
Thank you. So limiting to houses to Third Avenue, and I think I might have just gapped out there. I'm so sorry. It's been a long day. So are the homes on Third Avenue in line with the current land use bylaw around house size, about 2,500 square feet?
That I don't know.
Because that's what I would prefer to see, that language.
Well, the language that's in most of them is 325 square meters
Sure.
or 0.3 FAR, whichever is greater. And our problem is 0.3 FAR
Is massive.
is too big. And that's why I was wanting to put something in. And, you know, this is something that could come back to us. It's fairly open. It's just sort of like, this is an area, we'd like to see some limit on house sizes.
Yeah.
So, you know, come
Because
back.
as a reminder, the house size is just the building envelope. It doesn't include ADUs or garages, right?
Yeah, yeah.
Yeah, okay, that was my question. I
Councillor
don't know how
Faubert?
big they are on Third Avenue currently.
Councillor Faubert? Oh, there you go.
I thought administration might have something to add. Okay, my apologies. The other factor that I was thinking about when it comes to house sizes is toward energy efficiency and being more towards a net zero type of build, which we cannot require under the building code, but which could be a consideration in terms of what goes into a direct control district. I don't know if that's possible, but I'm not proposing an amendment, but I would say that to the proponents, that being able to provide housing that minimizes the amount of greenhouse gases and energy consumption would meet our values as a community as well.
Okay. Thank you. Councillor Hillstad?
Thank you, Mayor Coaster, for this. To Councillor McCallum's question with the 325 square meters, would you be open to an amendment of saying limiting house sizes to the comparable with housing found on Third Ave, or 325 square meters, whichever is less? So that if the ones on Third Ave are smaller than 325, since we don't know if they're bigger or smaller at this moment.
I suspect they might be bigger, but.
Well, and that's why, to make it comparable, because again, 325 is what we have in the MDP, so if the houses on Third Ave are bigger, then it
All right,
goes.
tell you what, I'm gonna do a friendly amendment here, and I think that the discussion is being heard. I'm just gonna put the topic as limiting house sizes. And.
Works for me.
Sounds
good.
Yep, there we go. Okay, so now that's the new amendment on the table. Would anybody like to speak to that amendment? I see.
Yes, that time I did have my light on. I was just going to say, I thought that the discussion was going in a way that was moving us away from intent of the motion and to actually trying to craft the rule on the floor.
Right.
I'm much happier with where this is going, because then administration can work with the applicant on a rule that meets council's intent and meets the needs of the applicant. So
Thank you.
I'm supportive of this approach. Thank you.
Okay. Councillor Hillstad?
I'll support this amendment.
Okay, thank you. All right, would anybody else like to speak to the amendment before I call the vote? And then I can see Councillor Graham there. All right, I'll call the question. All those in favor? Carried unanimously. Okay, I will add the second point then as another amendment. I had forwarded this previously. This goes to some sort of an agreement placing a conservation easement upon all parcels of the subject lands, which conservation easement will include the following elements: that if a palliative care facility is not constructed in Area A, then Area A will revert to the owner, and the land in Area A will remain in a natural state. 2, there's to be no trail or road connection between the Spring Creek development and 3rd Avenue. And 3, there shall be no further development of the lands beyond that described in the application. I think that I think in keeping with reducing it so it's just the topic, let's remove that "an agreement between the town and applicant" placing. So the topic is a conservation easement with all those following items. I think that we've heard loud and clear around how do we make sure that this isn't a death by 1,000 cuts? And how do we, in fact, protect the functionality of the habitat patch? And how do we make sure that there's not going to be more after this by some future owner down the road? And so I like the idea of exploring some sort of conservation easement. And I'm actually going to, I was thinking about this earlier, we're going to insert the words as another friendly amendment here, a conservation easement or other restrictive covenant upon all the parcels of lands that do that. So it doesn't have to be a conservation easement. It's something that will protect it. And my feeling is that with that combined with, putting up some signage and maybe a buffer in the land through the development, that we are in fact going to help facilitate a greater functioning of the habitat patch. And so that's why I'm wanting to have this explored. Anybody like to speak to this proposed amendment? Councillor Faubert?
Thank you, Mayor Krausert. I will support this amendment. I think it is very much in line with Section 4.2.8 of the Municipal Development Plan, which states that where it has jurisdiction, the town will work with landowners in the protection of wildlife corridor and habitat patches through land use districts, reserve designations, and where appropriate, conservation easements. So I'm happy to support directing this work to be done. Thank you.
Just looking to administration, is there clarity around that? I'm seeing a nod. Thumbs up pretty well. Ms. Miller?
So just a thought, if we could maybe make that a little bit broader so it doesn't specifically identify a specific legal mechanism, because we could meet with the applicant and figure out that neither of those work, but there might be another tool that we could use to achieve the same intent.
Okay, so a legal instrument upon all parcels. Okay, we'll do that. And I'm sorry, I can't call right now because we have motions on the table, and it's just council and admin if we call upon them. Okay, so if we take out a conservation easement or other restricted covenant, put a legal instrument. There you go. Great. Thank you. So that's I'll accept that as a friendly amendment. Thank you, Ms. Miller, for that. Any other discussion on this? Seeing none, Councillor Graham.
Thank you, Your Worship. I like the direction you're going with this. I'm wondering if there's some sort of time frame that we could put on the palliative care section of this amendment. There doesn't seem to be any sort of, if this doesn't happen in 5 years or 10 years or 20 years, to trigger this to move back to the owner and in a natural state.
You know, I'm not wanting to restrict this too much, and this isn't being prescribed that, once we accept this, that it can't be changed later. So when we get wording or a recommendation back, I'd suggest that's the time to address any concerns you have in that regard.
That would be fair. Yeah, I think if we were to go this direction, I would be looking for some sort of time frame when appropriate.
Great, thank you. Any other discussion on this item? Seeing none, I'll call the question. All those in favor? Carried unanimously. I'll put the third item that this is just simply around This amendment is about minimizing the distance between the buildings in Area B and Third Avenue in order to minimize the disruption to the undeveloped areas of the land. And I don't know what this could look like. If there's choices between putting them deep into the site versus closer to the road, is there something that we can help encourage them to disrupt as minimally as possible? And so that's really what this wording's being sought. Any comments on that? Councillor Ma?
Thank you, Your Worship. I'm trying to parse this one, number 3, with number 4, with removing the buildings in Area C. What if we were to remove the buildings in Area B as well, and then move the hospice to there?
That would be an entirely different if you would like to put that forward.
Right, thank you.
This one is simply about, I'll tell you that where this came from. I'm sorry, I was trespassing on your land with a local wildlife biologist who had spoken earlier today, and he suggested that might be a good thing to just help encourage it doesn't go deeper. So that's where this came from, and if you support it, then we can get some wording around that. If you don't, then we will knock it off, and I've got one other suggestion to go forward before opening it up to any others that other council members may have. Would anybody like to speak to this proposed amendment? Councillor Faubert?
Unfortunately, because I was unable to receive the same information as you at the time of the visit, I don't think I can support this. Thank you.
Okay. Fair enough. I don't think that information was critical to understanding this motion, but I'm just telling you where it came from. All right. Councillor Graham.
I wonder if you could just, so your intent here is to create, or to keep the buildings closer together? Is that my understanding?
Closer to the Third Avenue. If you think of Third Avenue as being one point and the middle of the habitat patch being another point, it's making them closer to the Third Avenue point than the middle of the habitat point. You know what I mean?
Gotcha. Yeah, I know what you're trying to do now. Yep, thank you.
Yep, okay. We're going to call the question. All those in favor? Carried with Councillor Faubert. Oh, all those opposed? Carried with Councillor Faubert opposed. Okay, and I'd like to put the fourth one up there for consideration. This arises from a suggestion from Mr. Kernick, and I think it could have some merit to be explored, and that is removing the buildings in Area C. So that's the area of the peninsula just north of the creek. Subject to an agreement between the Spring Creek Development and the applicant, whereby the Spring Creek Development provides at its own cost water servicing to the palliative care facility, if such is determined to be needed, and provides at its own cost to fill landscaping and trail for Area C to become a park. I think that there's some benefits of this. It allows the trail connections on the north side of the river. There were suggestions by administration about going to the south, or not the river, the creek, south side of the creek. I'd prefer not. I like how the applicants are wanting to, make sure that that's a healthy riparian zone. I like the idea of having a turnaround in that area as opposed to spilling over the creek. I know that there's concerns with Third Avenue about it becoming a place where it receives a lot of people coming off a trail that doesn't have an ending at the moment. So, put it out there for, this is simply for it to be explored, to see if there's something that could be done in that regard, because that will obviously affect the plan that we are asked to approve at second reading. Would anybody like to speak to that motion? Councillor Ma?
Thank you, Mayor Krausert. I'm not too sure if you're the right person to answer this question. When Frank Kernick here is offering to take on the water servicing, the cost of water servicing to the palliative care facility, is that, what does that entail? Is that the sewage? Is that the water supply? I'm just trying to understand all those pieces.
I'm not exactly sure all that would be required.
Okay.
My understanding is that there is some water service being provided at 3rd Avenue, but it may not be of the size that's needed for palliative care.
Right.
And so it might be beneficial to have Spring Creek's involvement there. This is simply to put out there that maybe there's a different thing that can be done with Area C, and that there would be some benefits to the applicant in exploring that, because costs associated with those items would be borne by a third party.
So they would service the site, potentially, if this was something.
Yeah.
Okay, thank you.
Councillor Faubert.
Your worship, any concerns with the potential cul-de-sac effect in terms of wildlife movement, and kind of, because you have Area B and A that come down kind of along 3rd Ave, and you have D with the home, and then you kind of have this space now that isn't occupied that animals can get stuck within.
Yeah, what I've heard is that it's actually the creek itself. See, the north part is actually not part of the habitat patch.
Yeah.
And the creek itself acts as the barrier.
Because looking in terms of the site layout, I also thought a reasonable compromise might be removing Area B, having Area A, the care facility land use district, move to where B was. And so you have B and C, and it's much more contiguous with existing development and less intrusion into that, not intrusion, but the zone of influence would be lesser because development is moved up towards development, but both options had both kind of considerations of the Tetris had value to me. So and the fact that Area C is not in the habitat patch is also kind of a quirky twist to all of this, because
I really don't like having the driveway that goes across the Spring Creek, and I think it will also be difficult to keep Spring Creek residents. So I'm just trying to limit a crossing, honestly.
Yep.
And because I think that could be abused. So anyway, that's why I put this forward. It's certainly open for you to bring another topic for consideration. As I mentioned to Councillor Ma. I'm seeing Acting CAO Smithers. Do you have something you'd like to add?
Yes, just a question for clarification. Would the expectation be that we come forward with that agreement between the two parties and the town at second reading?
I think what the expectation is what is the wording, and it could be subject to the parties advising of an agreement, and it could be that we hold off on passing it. If an agreement's in the works, hold off on passing it until the parties are satisfied, whatever. I mean, there's different ways we can go with it. I don't think that we can put into our bylaw, hey, you two people go have an agreement. We can't do that. But, that's what I would be looking is. I wouldn't necessarily be looking to remove those buildings unless there is some benefit around that.
Yeah, I guess that gets to the root of my question, is we're starting to mix up that kind of regulatory tool with a civil agreement between two private parties, and where we may be able to have some initial conversations that are more exploratory. I don't, my experience with trying to enter into these agreements is we don't really necessarily always appreciate how complex they can be till we're in the throes of it. And I am doubtful that this agreement would be something we could throw together quickly.
And I wouldn't be looking, I wouldn't be looking to the administration to build an agreement. I'd be looking to administration to say, hey, are you guys willing to, are you guys talking about this? If not, then you can ignore this because it's subject to. And if they are, then you can bring up a proposed wording on how to remove the buildings from Area C, which I don't think would be too problematic. I think that this is saying, hey, administration, please talk to the applicant. Is this something that they're even open to considering? Because Mr. Kernick had put out that possibility. And if they are looking to have that, then we would look to have this wording. If not, then not.
Okay.
Okay?
Okay, thanks.
Okay. Trying to see if Councillor Graham has a hand up. No? Yeah. I'm going to call the question on this. All those in favor of this amendment? Carried unanimously. Now I will look to council if there are any other topics that anybody would like to propose as an amendment before we return to the main motion. Councillor Graham.
Thank you. This is difficult with all you there and me over here, but we'll make it work. I appreciate all the amendments to start with. And honestly, I'm just going to cut to the chase with this one. I'd like to know if one house in palliative care is a reasonable option for the proponent with this property.
Okay, so are you proposing that a topic be explore reducing the application to one house and the palliative care facility?
Yes. I think I'm very open to, this is a dramatic change, and I'm open to where those may be best placed, and I won't. I think there are better places than others, but I would very much be looking forward to that conversation.
Okay, so this would be so I guess I'd look to administration. How do you receive that? That if it's an open, would you be coming back with wording with a new application, or would you be coming back with a recommendation to defeat it and then allow a new application forward, or do you understand this recommendation if it were to be approved?
I understand the recommendation. I may advise differently because we're kind of getting into the territory of reworking the entire application, which isn't before council today. So we can explore, we can enter into the conversation with the applicant, but if we are not able to come to an agreement that meets council's needs, the application as it is proposed will be what's before council. So I'm just procedurally cautious about a change of this magnitude at this point in the process.
Okay, thank you. Is there any other discussion on this particular motion? I'm inclined, based on what we just heard, to not support this amendment. Councillor McCallum.
I would be lying if the same idea didn't come to mind as well, Councillor
But I agree with Ms. Miller that we are too far into the process to be able to make a change like this.
Councillor Ma?
Thank you, Your Worship. I'm actually inclined to support this. I'm trying to understand how this, for example, in our prior one, say remove the buildings in Area C, does not trigger this sense that we have moved into something dramatically different, whereas if we remove from B as well. So I'm trying to understand the threshold piece there. I do feel the prior merit of removing the Area C, and if there was to be able to have an agreement hammered out with the people at Spring Creek, where the lot could there be by serviced, and they would pay for that cost to take that burden off the proponent. I find that interesting. I find if we remove B, that does move towards a section of less environmental impact and possibly positioning the development of, say, the hospice upper into the corner, which would also address Councillor Flaubert's issues of the cul-de-sac, and hopefully diminishing that. Thank you.
Any other discussion of the amendment that's on? Councillor Graham, do you have something to add in closing?
No, thank you.
No? Okay. You can take your hand down then, please. Yeah, there we go. Thank you. I'll call the question. Who's Ms. Miller?
I would just also want to note for council the potential procedural element associated with the change of this magnitude. All of the neighboring properties would have been circulated information based on the application that's before council currently. So if we were to move to something that was substantially different than what was originally circulated, we should be mindful about notification and making sure that everyone is clear about what is the decision before council. So just wanted another caution to be mindful of as you're making your decision.
Great, thank you. I'll then call the question. All of those in favor of this amendment? Opposed? The amendment is defeated with Councillors Ma and Graham in support. Are there any other topics that Council would like administration to consider? Councillor Graham?
If there's anybody else that wanted to go, I'm having a hard time seeing the queue here.
Okay. Yeah, go ahead.
I'm interested in exploring the idea of staff accom for the palliative care facility. I think that would go a long way in addressing many of the community's needs around affordability, staff accom. Where do we get doctors from? Where do we get staff? If that piece was in here, I would appreciate it.
Right. So just question of clarification, we don't currently have any requirement for staff accommodation. And so you're asking that something be added that we don't have any requirement to ask?
Well, when you put it like that. Yeah, I guess I'm looking for some help here on the wording of this. Some employee housing, some staff housing would be helpful, but if that's not possible, then that's not possible.
Well, I would tell you what, why don't you think on that for a few moments? We've got some, I think Councillor Faubert had wanted to put out a topic for consideration, an amendment?
Sure.
All right, so I'll go to Councillor Faubert.
Thank you, Mayor Krauser. I was referring back to sort of administration's points and at first reading, and I had a question around whether or not the first point, was it limiting house sizes, would that also apply in terms of interpretation by administration to building height?
Ms. Miller?
It would be helpful if council could clarify, because house size usually speaks to gross floor area, not necessarily to height. So if you would like both elements to be explored, it would be helpful if your amendment explicitly stated that.
Given that District D does have a large building height proposed, I'd like to add to the list maximum building height.
Okay.
Just maximum
So
building height.
the amendment putting forth is maximum building height. And
I feel it's kind of along the same lines as the size of the home, because to me, the height is part of the size, but in order to make sure that we've got this and the direction is clear, I'll add that.
And I take it what you're really looking at here is for in area D, reducing from, I think it was 12 meters to 9.5.
Yeah, I'm looking for consistency with other detached dwelling maximums,
Okay. So some wording around.
potentially. Now,
Do you want it more specific then, that you want the maximum building height at 9.5 meters?
well, can you scroll to the top, Andrew? Where administration direct to work with the applicant to prepare recommendations or wording for potential amendments with respect to, and then I think maximum building height.
Okay, all right.
And that way, right, like, because instead of us changing it, I really am looking forward to having the applicant come forward at second reading after hearing everything with changes that they're willing to make for our consideration. And I think that these are some of those areas to consider in the meantime. And if they don't bring them back to change, then still fair.
Yeah, so I expect that what will happen is there'll be a conversation and administration will report back on this motion and indicate that after speaking with the applicant, we either recommend or we provide this draft wording, or that there was none. And, you know, administration could provide us with a draft wording if we want to pick it up, but they could indicate that the applicant was not in favor of it, something like that. Okay, thank you. I see Councillor McCallum, did you want to speak to this amendment? Oops.
Respond to Councillor Graham's request about staff accommodation and perhaps suggest something different.
Sure, so I'll circle back to you after this amendment then.
Excellent.
Councillor Hillstad, did you want to speak to this amendment?
Yeah, just for clarification, do we want to say limiting maximum house size, or is that clear enough for administration, just maximize, like what works better? Do you want it limiting, or do you want it, because just saying maximum house size doesn't say much to me personally.
Please scroll down again, please. There we go.
So I just want to know if we want to add
Limiting maximum building height?
Just because, what's the change then? If it just says maximum building height, are we, that's to you and to administration, because I'm just not sure. But it's not clear, so that's.
But because I think it's also fair that the applicant gets to make that a discussion on the maximum building height, not limiting it.
So you do not accept that as a friendly amendment?
That's fine.
Great.
That's
fine. Yes or no?
That's fine. I'm okay with it.
You will accept it as a friendly amendment? Thank you. All right.
I don't think it changes anything.
Would anybody else like to speak to this motion? Was there, administration want to speak to this? I see, no? Okay. All right, I'll call the question. All those in favor? Carried unanimously. Councillor McCallum, you wanted to speak to what Councillor Graham was bringing up.
So Councillor Graham, and please correct me if I'm wrong, and I'm squishing your head. You are looking to see what kind of staff housing provisions would be provided. That being said, I don't think that that is a result of land use, but more of an operational discussion around the palliative care business model on its own. So perhaps it might be better to ask that question of the palliative care folk to see if they can highlight staffing challenges in their business plan in another discussion. I don't know if that's appropriate, Your Worship.
Yeah.
But that was my suggestion, just because it's not really it's not something, you can't put that in land use, and like, we don't require the hospital to provide staff housing. It's actually going to be a subject of the market. The market is going to decide whether the palliative care folk can actually staff their facility. It will be the market. So allow them, I think, the opportunity to display how they're going to address that challenge in our community. That was my suggestion.
Right, and so
It's sort of
it's a
outside this
yeah, it's
process.
outside of this process.
But-
And an encouragement you could certainly offer to them, because of course we deal with the uses and not the operation.
Yeah, exactly. That was
Yeah.
the point I was trying to make.
Thank you. Looking to either Councillor Graham, if you wanted to bring something back, or to any other member of council, if there's anything, Councillor Faubert?
I guess I wanted to ask the question of my colleagues around the recommendation of administration to remove accessory dwelling units or not.
So that one, I would actually say we already have the wording from administration. This is just really providing a number of tools and information that when we get to second reading, we don't have to move forward on any of these. And with the staff report, there was already the recommendation of removing the ADUs and the wording that should be done there. So that is still also open to council to grab one of those. So I didn't see this as just being a comprehensive list of every possible change, but it's only those that had not yet already been provided. That makes sense? Because with the staff report, they provided the wording around the ADUs.
In the agenda today or from
No,
first
in
reading?
first reading. It was attachment 9, I think, of the first reading.
Okay, I just thought we needed to provide direction on that. Not just
well, at
that it
second-
comes in a
at-
report to us and.
At second reading, it is completely open to any member of council to grab onto that and propose it as an amendment. And since that work's already done, we don't need to have that here. Okay. Councillor Graham, did you have, okay, Councillor Graham, go ahead.
Yes, thank you. In some quick work with wording and administration, maybe I'll throw this out there. Explore the possibility of provision of employee housing with a palliative care facility. I appreciate Councillor McCallum's thoughts on when this might come and whether the market will, in fact, dictate this. I just want to make sure that we've got the door open, that if they do want to put some employee housing in that section, that they're welcome to do so.
All right, that's a land use. It's not requiring them to it's not wording to require them to do that. It's exploring that. And it could come back that there is a possibility, or it could come back that it's not going to work on this site. Is there anything else you'd like to say in support of this amendment, Councillor Graham?
I will leave it to my colleagues.
Okay, so I will look to council. Councillor Hillstad.
In the bylaw already, a discretionary use is staff accommodation, so I don't know if this is kind of redundant or not, because it's already provided for. So I don't know if there's any point to add this, because they already have the option to provide staff accommodation on site. So I won't support this because it's already in there.
Okay. Good point. Councillor McCallum.
As I said before, I think this is more of an operational matter, and I believe that it's, and thanks for pointing out, it's actually already in the bylaw, that I would prefer to see highlighted within the business plan of palliative care, because it doesn't really relate to the built form. In addition to that, I would say it's kind of interesting that we're asking the proponent to remove the number of houses, but then we want to put more people in there, and that seems to be sucking and blowing at the same time. So I won't be able to support that.
I think it depends on when you suck and when you blow.
Would anybody else like to speak to that proposed amendment? Seeing none, I'll call the question. All those in favor? Opposed? The amendment is defeated with Councillors Graham and Ma in support. Any other topics that we would like to add to this list? Seeing none, we're going to move back to the main motion then, which is those that were accepted. I like this approach. It shows an openness to exploring ways to address concerns that have been identified with the application, and will give us as council a well-informed options to consider if we would like to move them on second reading or not. It certainly does not tie us in to do so. And so I would encourage all of council to support this motion, and so we can get the benefit of that feedback. Would anybody like to speak to that motion, the main motion? Councillor McCallum, go ahead.
Because you know I love to be quiet. So I haven't said this in a while, but we can have some of what we want or none of what we want. And I think that this menu of possibilities, points of discussion with administration and the proponent will help us move that thought process forward. I'm still struggling with the urban growth boundary piece. I know that some people think that it is sort of this easily movable line, but I've spent some time in the last 10 years taking, planning courses, reading articles, and so on and so forth, and the urban growth boundary, it doesn't set in stone forever, but it is definitely something that needs to be respected. And so that is really my biggest sticking point at this point. We can argue both sides of the environmental piece until we're blue in the face. I'm not going to go run out and get a 4-year conservation degree in the next 2 weeks, so I'm not going to have a big science off. But I don't know if it's a slippery slope piece, but it is the UGB. It is something to be respected. And I understand, as somebody that approved the 2016 MDP, that there are those steps that we can go through, but doesn't mean that just because it meets the 4 steps that it is something that still needs to be moved. It is really quite still subjective after the fact. So what I think we've learned today, and I'll say it again, is that many folks in Canmore feel that having a hospice building is important to them. And so no matter what happens after second reading, that is something I believe as a community we need to rally for. It's just unfortunate that it's the municipality that's having to deal with it as opposed to the provincial government where it should be couched. So, thank you.
Okay, thank you. Anybody else want to speak to the main motion? Seeing none, I'll call the question. All those in favor? Carried unanimously. Thank you. I will now move that we adjourn this special meeting of council. All those in favor? Carried unanimously.